everyone. Wow. That was a well-timed raid from Rooney just then. Welcome in, Rooney, and your raiding party of 14 viewers. We are just getting started here. For anybody joining me for the first time, welcome. My name is Emma. I stream every Saturday and Sunday starting at 8 PM UK time, 3 PM Eastern time for the Americans, and I mostly play puzzle games. I will potentially be doing the odd weekday stream, weather permitting, but I'm a botanist and summer evenings I'm usually out looking at pretty flowers, so I do operate a reduced streaming schedule just for like the 4-ish months of the summer. Then we're back to normal. So welcome in. Let's see who's here. Harry, thank you for redeeming a snowdrop as your flower of the day. Welcome in El Tibago and Ander. You've got your second flower, a field forget-me-not. Welcome in Matcha Catcher, having fun with the bot commands as usual. Hello, Ren. This is actually Ren's suggestion to me to play The Witness. We played it for the first time last week and had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, and I'm very grateful to Ren for recommending it. Hello also to Ander. Enjoy your lurk. And welcome to all the raiders. Commandant Herder, Otto the Potato, Harry, even though he was already here, Mass, hello Ophelia, hello Huracan, and of course Rooney. Thank you to whoever did the shout out. Rooney is a great streamer. I honestly don't lurk your stream as much as I'd like. I always seem to be with family or at work or something whenever you're live. But Rooney's currently doing a playthrough of Detroit Become Human. But he's using dice rolls to decide all the interactions, which can lead to some pretty interesting results. So definitely check out Rooney's stream. And thank you so much, Ander, for gifting Rooney a sub. I'm sure he will appreciate that very much. Rooney says, thank you for the sub, you lovely bean. Oh. Thank you once again for the raid. Hope everybody is having a wonderful weekend. It is the British weather is something that we famously like to complain about, but this year it has been particularly sluggish in getting going with warmer weather. Still, it's been very cold this week. It's been wet. It still feels like March. So I have not been doing nearly as much botany as I would like, but I did manage to get some done yesterday. So I will say that I had a good weekend because finally managed to get out into the fresh air, not into the sunshine, but into the fresh air and look at some pretty flowers. Yes, Commandant and Rooney, interesting indeed. So yes, good luck with that, Rooney, and I do hope to be in one of your streams next week. We are going to be continuing today with The Witness. This is an exploration puzzle game, so actually finding the puzzles can be just as much of a challenge as solving them. Thank you, Huracan, for redeeming your first flower of the day. A bulbous buttercup. That's a very seasonally appropriate flower that you've received there. Bulbous buttercup is the first of the 3 most common buttercups to come into flower. You have creeping, meadow, and bulbous. There's two ways to identify a bulbous buttercup. One is that the sepals curl back on themselves, and the other is that it's bulbous. The root is actually a big bulb, but you can only really identify that by digging it up, which you shouldn't do. So, but that's the difference. Hello, Skanana. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great weekend as well. I don't think your flower of the day went through because Rooney was just picking up his at the same time. Let me just quickly fix that. Yeah, my bot still gets a bit overwhelmed if two people talk at the same time, which is entirely my fault because it's my own custom-made software. There you go, Skanana. There's your flower. Yeah, I think we will get started on today's game. Let me just get things set up here. So there is the sound, and can't remember where on the screen I need to be for this game. This is where I was yesterday, so we'll stay down here for now. So we made some good progress in the Witness last stream. We did figure out the mechanics behind a lot of the puzzles. We figured out that the squares have to be separated from the squares of the same colour, but the stars have to be matched with stars of the same colour, but only one of them. So one has to match with one. Welcome in, Feeding Felicia. Hope you're having a great weekend. No audio. Okay. In that case, hi, Feeding Felicia. Hope you're having a great weekend. Enjoy your work. There we go. Yes, so we did figure out the mechanics behind many of the puzzles, but as I say, half the challenge of this game is just finding the puzzles. Right now we're actually on an island, which we had to take a boat trip to reach. So I'm excited to see what awaits us. We just solved these fancy electronic unfolding bridges that have puzzles on them. This rather fancy treehouse thing that we're currently in, full of walkways. I'm intrigued to see where it's going to lead us next. What's up here? Okay. Yeah, last time I saw one of these boxes, it shot a laser out the top of it. You can just about see the laser through those trees. It is indeed a cube, Tibago. I don't know where the puzzle is that attaches to it. I guess it's in here. But how do I get in? That may well be a puzzle in itself. So yeah, I think I might have to come back to that. I have noticed what looks like it's going to be another one of those expanding bridge things. So let's give this a go. So the way all puzzles work in this game is you have a big circle like this, and some puzzles have more than one circle. That's always your starting point, and then the little rounded point like that, that's always your ending point. And you have to trace out some sort of path and follow some rules while doing it. Interesting. That didn't seem to do anything, but the path is still there, which implies that the puzzle is solved. If you didn't solve it, the path would go away. What did that do? Did that mean here? No. Okay, if I peer through the window, I can see that there are puzzles in there. I just don't know how to reach them. Hello, Lady L. Welcome in. That's a cute little emote you've got there. I hope you're having a great weekend. We are playing The Witness, and so far we have solved possibly one puzzle and managed to confuse ourselves. I'm just going to backtrack out of this treehouse to see if there are any puzzles at ground level, because when I reached this island, the first thing I did was say, ooh, treehouse, and ran straight up to it. So it's possible I actually skipped over a bunch of stuff. Hello, Baron von Brimstone. Okay, what on earth is that emote? It appears to be an exploding microwave. I will not ask any further questions. A thing. Okay, well that answers my question about how do you open the door. I should probably have come up here first. Now, is this on a timer? Yes. Right, well the way I just went, I'm never going to get back there in time. So, is there a faster way? Bear in mind you can't jump in this game. There's no jump button. In fact, the game won't even let you walk off an edge. So, because I'd have to go all the way down here, like this, and then come here, and then come here, and then come here. Yeah, oops. And get stuck on that corner. This feels like much longer than that timer was. So I think there must be a shortcut somewhere that I haven't discovered yet. Yeah, because it's only there, but getting here takes too long. Yeah, I see another unfolded bridge over on that tree there, so I suspect there is a way to create another path up here. So let's head back. Sorry for all this running around in the treetops. I'm going to head back down and look for the starting point of that other bridge. Lady L says, thank you for saying, I hope your weekend has been nice. It has been nice, thank you. I have been out doing botany yesterday, and the weather was cold but otherwise okay. We had a nice, very exciting stream on Friday. It was the finale of our Dwarf playthrough. We reached 1 million points in our classic mode Dwarf. And we also played a bit more Spiritfarer yesterday, which was very cosy. Yeah, I would like to make this bridge, but I think I need to be at the other end to start the bridge, because that's where the puzzles are. So this is not the way. It looks like there was a bridge here once. It appears to have broken. I don't see any puzzles on it. Lady L says, Final Dwarf means no Dwarf streams anymore. So it doesn't necessarily mean no Dwarf streams ever. It means I won't have a Dwarf stream every week. I will return to Dwarf if they release an interesting monthly mode, for example. But yes, I decided that 1 million points was as far as I wanted to go in classic mode. That does represent over 100 hours of gameplay, which is quite a lot. And I have been streaming it almost every week. Not every week, but almost every week since I started streaming in August. So yeah, it was time to move on to other things. Hello, Zando Toaster, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower. And we are back with The Witness. This is a very cosy little spot, but it is rather lacking in puzzles, I think. I want to be up there near that suspiciously bright pink tree. That doesn't look natural, that colour. But I have found another tape recorder, so I think somebody is going to spout some philosophical nonsense at us in a moment. The character looks like it's floating. Yeah, well, it doesn't animate like the shadow of the character or anything like that, which I think makes sense because there are shadow-based puzzles, so you wouldn't want to have to keep moving around to not interfere with the puzzle. But oh no, sorry, yeah, it does sort of render a shadow. Yeah, the walking animation is a bit weird. You can sort of see the feet above the ground. Anyway, yeah, there's a tape recorder. Let's hear what it has to say.
God bade me behold the sea, and I saw the ships sinking and the planks floating. Then the planks too were submerged. And God said to me, those who voyage are not saved. And he said to me, those who, instead of voyaging, cast themselves into the sea, take a risk. And he said to me, those who voyage and take no risk shall perish. And he said to me, in taking the risk, there is a part of salvation. And the wave came and lifted those beneath it and overran the shore. And he said to me, the surface of the sea is a gleam that cannot be reached, and the bottom is a darkness impenetrable. And between the two are great fishes, which are to be feared. Nefari, circa 970.
Okay.
What?
There's our wisdom for today. Tibago says, or if somebody requests Dwarfing. Yes, somebody could request Dwarf as a game request. Might not be the best use of 10,000 channel points, but if you want to, you can. Zando says, this area always reminds me of the game Myst. Yes, so for anyone who's not played it, Myst is another exploration puzzle game set on an island, so they do have quite a lot in common, and I'm sure this game's setting was at least partially inspired by Myst. Myst is a much older game. It didn't have a proper 3D environment like this. It had pre-rendered 3D scenes that you could switch between. A bit like Siberia that Ophelia has been playing recently. And yes, I did play that a long time ago when I was much younger, and I think I got completely stuck on it and then gave up. But yeah, this area especially does seem very reminiscent of Myst. Lady L says, nice to know that Dwarf streams is a possibility in the future. Yes, I don't know if there will ever be any more development done on Dwarf. It seems like the devs have kind of abandoned it in favour of a new project they're working on. If it ever did get an update, then I would play it. And if there's an interesting looking monthly mode, I will play it. There's also the Dwarf board game, which I might play in future if I end up doing more sort of IRL type streams. Rooney says, love the look of this game. Yes, I mean, at the moment I'm just sort of showing off the scenery because I'm walking around trying to find how to progress further with this section and failing. But I agree, this is one of the prettier games I've played recently. Rooney says, original Myst was quite difficult. Well, certainly as a young child, it was extremely difficult. Here's where I wanted to be. This is the next. I like how these bridges, they sort of start off as this neatly packed pile of puzzles. Now, do I want to go this way or this way first? I think, yeah, this is the way that's going to help me progress the other thing. So yeah, the way that this game works, If you have a star like this, it has to be in the same region as exactly one other star of the same colour. And these groups of dots have to be in a region with that many dots of that shape, but you can combine regions. So if I make a region with 2 and a region with 3 and stick them together, that still counts. So I think the answer is go like this. So this is the region of 3 here, and this is the 2, and it doesn't matter that the 2 is in the 3 and the 3 is in the 2, as long as they're connected. What do we want to do here? First thought is that sort of shape, but they've obviously put this break in the track here to stop us doing that. What shape can we make that combines those pieces? This almost works. Oh no, that does work if I go like that. But then I can't get back to the exit. Yeah, this is the right shape, but you also have to be able to complete the path. And this is no good because that's the wrong shape. Yeah, I can't do these pieces separately, I don't think. Unless that makes that separate. Okay, yes, I can do the pieces separately. That's the answer. Okay, this, because the orientation of these shapes made of little blocks does matter. This one seems to be on a slant. This one here. I don't know if the slant matters. It implies it has to be in this shape. Although that on its own can't be the answer because it would be completely cut off from the other piece. It would cut off the pink one rather. Yeah, how does this work? I have to connect the pink dots somehow. This is 4 across, so there's only 4 possibilities for where that is. And if this does have to be this way round, then 2 of those possibilities don't connect to it. Yeah, I think this is just forced to be here, isn't it? But that prevents the 2 pinks from connecting to each other. So that must be wrong. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Yeah, if I were to do something like this, it would obviously say that was wrong. I mean, if I were to do this, which does stick the 2 shapes together. Okay, I was just checking that. Yeah, so this shape isn't flashing red, which implies that that is a satisfying solution for it. This is making that shape, even though it's rotated. I suppose does it being on a diagonal mean that it can be rotated in a different way? Could it be like this? And then there's no way to do the other one. I don't know. I want to think how I would check whether a rotated solution is allowed, but I can't actually see a rotated solution. Actually, yeah, this would be a rotated solution, but it doesn't cover the cover either of the shapes. Just check something. Sorry, not sure what that was. That's not me trying to get out of solving this puzzle, I promise. Okay. Yeah, the tricky part is just how do I connect the two ink stars, because if my understanding of the game mechanics is correct, this orange piece here implies that it has to go all the way across because it's 4 wide. So it must be on the same piece as the stars, because otherwise it's blocking the two stars from each other. Because, yeah, something like that won't work. If it's on the same piece as the two stars, then we at minimum need something like this. That's obviously not right. So is it instead like... No. Yeah, all I can think is there's something about the game mechanic that I don't understand yet. Does this count as both stars being in the same region? No, it doesn't. Okay, no, there does have to be a path between them on the board. You'll see if I do this, they don't flash red. The stars don't flash red. Okay. I might come back to this puzzle when my brain is less frazzled. Not that that will ever happen. Let's see if I can make anything of this side. So this is obviously this. This looks like a more elementary star puzzle section. So work on that. This is okay because, yeah, you're allowed to have different coloured stars in the same thing. As long as there's always 2 of each. That's okay. Yeah, all you have to do is cut off ones of the same colour. This is interesting because it gives us 3 possible exits. But that's the only exit that we can actually go to, I think. Here we need the 2 orange stars to be in the same region, so that works. Okay. To split the orange ones into pairs whilst also splitting the pink ones into pairs. Okay, this one requires more thought. Not quite. This would work if I could put a piece here. Hang on. No, I can't come around like that. just that. Yeah. Was much easier than the previous one, actually. That, and then... No, that gives us too many orange. Yeah, separating out all these orange is not actually easy. Oh, and I've also only put one pink in the bottom section. Hang on. Do that, then that, and then that. There we go. Okay, 3 colours now. So we could just leave everything in the same section and that would be fine, but there are gaps in the paths to stop us doing that. So instead we can just divide it into pinks and not pinks. Okay. I think we just need to cut each section in half, so that. There. Ooh, what's happening with the last piece? We're the bridge has changed direction midway. This is very fancy. I thought we were going over there, but I guess we're not. We're going this way. So we definitely need to do that because we need to cut the oranges off. So, not that. Oh no, that still leaves oranges together. Yeah, how do we split up these oranges now? Like this? But then pinks. So this. But then those. This. Okay. This bridge is definitely easier than the other bridge, so I think you're probably supposed to solve it first. Oops, this is just going to be that. Wait, now where are we going? I've run out of bridge. What was the point of that? Oh, there's a... What? Thank you LT Bago for redeeming a show outfit. I've just succeeded in creating a completely useless bridge that doesn't join up here at all, which is where I want it to be. Distinct lack of sharks and spins. Do you reckon that's why I'm doing so badly with the puzzles? Do you think a blowhigh will help? Yeah, what I don't get about this is it's not my internet. I can see you all typing Fstream in chat, and web browsing still works. I can go to websites. I can even go to Twitch website. It's just Twitch Studio that decides that it can't connect. It's not me. Refreshing the tab and seeing an empty chair. Well, we just had a blowhigh redeem, so I'd gone to fetch blowhigh. But yeah, I can see you all complaining about the stream being down, so it's not my connection that's the problem. I wish I knew what it was. But all I can do is apologise and say I'm trying my best, and here is a blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. And You probably didn't see any of my outfit because the stream dropped when I went out the room, so let me do that as well.
Happy Sunday. Hope Twitch/internet adjusts. I watched my partner play The Witness. It's meant to be awesome.
Hello, Tiny Toxic Tofu. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, and also thank you for joining us, for visiting my humble little stream, where I am, well, I'm currently dancing with a blowhigh, but what I have normally doing is playing puzzle games, and in particular, getting stuck on The Witness. Yeah, you came in right as my connection dropped, which is not the best, not the best intro. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Happy Sunday. I watched my partner play The Witness. It's meant to be awesome. It is awesome. This is my second stream of it. Let's just go back to the game. This is my second stream of it, and I am enjoying it a lot. I have solved quite a few puzzles. But yeah, it's an exploration puzzle game, so half the challenge is just finding the puzzles to solve, and then the other half is solving them. So yeah, while you're here, let me do a quick shout out, because I'm sure many of you are already aware of Tofu's amazing streams, but Tiny Toxic Tofu. She has been getting a ton of support recently, which is amazing. She does a lot of educational streams based around physics. She has a lot of physics knowledge and delves into all sorts of exciting concepts, and does what I'm sort of hoping to replicate with botany in the future on my own stream. Sort of these educational streams as well as gameplay. She does plenty of gameplay as well. And she has actually now formed a Twitch team along with Ophelia and Lana the Panda and some others. So if you go to her profile and look under her name, it's got a thing of the CCC team that she's on, and I would say everybody in that team, if you click on the team, you get a list of all the members. Everybody in that team is worth checking out, is probably worth dropping a follow on. They all have a very similar vibe. So if you like Ophelia's content or Lana's content and haven't already checked out Tofu, then you definitely should. Right, let me just check if I missed any chat while the internet went out. Apart from the complaints about the internet not working. No, okay. Science and shenanigans. Yes, there are definitely shenanigans going on Tofu's stream. She made one fatal mistake. If on any Twitch stream, what you want to be careful of is if you have the combination of a decently large viewer base, like 100+ viewers, plus free sound redeems, then that can only result in chaos, and it definitely resulted in chaos last night, and it resulted in chaos many other times. And I never did figure out what they were going to call the mine, Tofu, but hopefully that all got resolved in the end. Tofu says we do science half the time. Yes, so it's a good ratio to have. Is like, here's some sciencey stuff and here's some gameplay, and then some people will prefer one, some people will prefer the other, but you know, it keeps everyone happy. I would play the sound bite right now, Tofu, but I don't have it to hand, I'm afraid. But yeah, if you like that sort of stream, if you're a pro Stoic viewer, a lot of my chat, I think, have checked out Stoic stream because I've raided there before and shouted him out. Tofu's sort of special streams have much the same vibe as that, only even bigger and even crazier. Love the bitch badge, it's so cool. Yes, so I'm a botanist. This whole streaming thing is just an excuse to play games and occasionally talk about pretty flowers to people. So all my branding is based on that. My sub badges are flowers, and my bits badges are fruits.
Page number 22.
And
whenever you feel like it.
for your bitties, you have blackberry right now. And yeah, there's a LT Bago showing off the full assortment of fruits and flowers. Apart from these two, because they're the tier 2 and 3 emotes. Thank you, Mass. Yeah, Mass demonstrating this channel point redeem that I have, which is typically about 2 hours into the stream, like at the midway point, I will read a little segment about a British wildflower of your choice, and if you don't know any British wildflowers because you live elsewhere in the world, you can just pick a random page number and I will look at whatever's on that page. Mass has picked page 22, or page 673. I might as well do it now, especially if Tofu is watching. So that's... we're not getting any gameplay done, but, you know, since when has that stopped anyone? Oh. Here is my almost comically large botany book. I do have much smaller ones, but it's quite fun to watch me struggle with this one, so we're sticking with it. I'm not suggesting you buy it because I'd say it's a coffee table book, but I think it's too heavy for most coffee tables. It has a bunch of distribution maps of British and Irish wildflowers, compiled by BSBI, who are the Botanical Society of Britain and Ireland. And it's all available online, so there's really no reason to have the physical copy, unless, like me, you've spent 15 years contributing to the recording project and you want a bit of a memento of it. Let's see what's on page 673. You've picked an extremely rare plant, Mass. I was hoping we'd get a plant that grows in Ireland while Tofu was here, but this one doesn't grow in Ireland at all, and it barely grows in Britain. But we will have a look at it. Yes, a rare plant. So it's called Childing Pink. We did previously look at Cheddar Pink, which is also a rare plant that's only found in and around Cheddar Gorge natively, which is just down the road from where I live. This one is found on the south coast and also in the Channel Islands. I'll just get up a picture of it so you know what we are looking at. The problem with these random redemptions, choose a page number thing, is I don't have a photo ready. And the ones online are always very variable in quality, but this is a good one. So let's get that up. that. So yes, very rare and very interesting shaped flower stalks as well. Has this sort of bulbous formation underneath. Let me actually get two pictures up because there's one here that shows the side view a bit more clearly. These windows, can you do the thing? And there we go. So that's a side-on view of it. I shall read what the book has to say. As a native plant, this annual herb is recorded from thinly vegetated, stabilised shingle and sand dunes in Britain and from stabilised sand dunes in Jersey, which is one of the Channel Islands. It is also recorded as an introduction around dockyards in reseeded grassland and as a garden weed. So it was prior to about the 1960s. There is another species of pink. So there is a family of plants called pinks, which is actually where the word pink as a colour comes from, because all of these plants have intense pink flowers. There's a plant called proliferous pink, which is in the same family, and previously both of them were considered the same species. So prior to the 1960s, we just had records for both of those. So we didn't really know where one grew and where the other one grew. But they are now treated separately. There were formerly some sites of one of these two species that were lost to building development between 1850 and 1930. But it is obviously now treated as a rare plant and protected. On the British mainland, it is found at just a handful of locations in West Sussex, where it grows at the northern limits of its European range. So it's very much a plant that prefers warmer temperate climates rather than the colder climates of northern Britain. It was previously considered to be locally frequent in Jersey, but populations have declined since 2000, with only one reliable site in recent years. The species was last seen in Kent in 1960 and lost from Hampshire in 1968, with later sightings being closely related alien species. Scrub encroachment and a lack of periodic disturbance still present a threat at the extant British sites. So, yes, it is probably still in decline, sadly. So, hopefully, it isn't lost. Its native population isn't lost from Britain entirely. There are introduced populations, as the book mentioned. It looks like those are mostly in South Wales. But yes, hopefully the native populations aren't lost. Divago says, also known as productive carnation, proliferous pink, and wild carnation. Interesting it being called productive when it's so rare. Yes, that is an interesting name. So proliferous pink is actually the other species that was formerly treated as the same species as this one. This is actually a separate species now. But yes, they're closely enough related that before the 1960s they couldn't tell them apart. Nowadays, with genetic testing, we can be much more sure about such things. Welcome in, Izzy. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for redeeming your flower. I agree, it is very pretty. The flower looks a little bit like something like Herb Robert or Red Campion, but the shape of the stem is definitely very distinctive. Ophelia says that maybe disable the blue light filter for a moment so I could see it. Yes. Yes, you probably wouldn't get the full effect of the intense pink colour with the filter on. Hello, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming your flower. So I will now bring up the distribution map. What I tend to do is, obviously, I show a picture of the plant and then I read about it, and then I go to the BSBI's database, which has an interactive map of the records that have been made almost entirely by volunteers over the past century, really, all over Britain and Ireland, of every plant species that grows here. This is the Geraldine pink. So you can see these grey, purple, brown squares represent areas it was recorded decades ago, 1930s, 40s, 50s. And only these bright green and the red is 2010 to 2019, the green is 2020 onwards. These are the only places it's found now. So basically near Portsmouth on the south coast, and possibly also just along the coast there, and then a big population in Jersey and the Channel Islands as well. And then the non-native introductions that the book mentioned, they're on the South Wales coast around Cardiff. So definitely a very rare plant, and not something that I've ever seen myself, not recorded myself. My area that I'm recording is broadly speaking this area here, North Somerset. So yes, very rare indeed. Very important, if you see an area like this being designated as a nature reserve, you see just how important it is that is done, because these species could be lost from Britain and Ireland entirely if they're not protected. But anyway, thank you very much, Mass, for the redeem. I shall just quickly put these books away and then we'll get back to The Witness. I do love that heart emote that you always use, Elfie. I should use it more often. Ren asks, what are the things stacked up next to your polyhedra? Well, there's some swans up there. What else are you looking at? Do you mean the polyhedra on this shelf? Or the polyhedra up here? If you're asking what these are, yes, these are maps. They are Ordnance Survey maps. So Ordnance Survey is, I'm not sure if it still is, but it certainly originated as a government agency of the UK, but I think it runs as a for-profit company now. And they produce maps which are sort of a standard for any sort of scientific work, as well as just being generally useful for outdoor activities. I have all the maps needed to cover North Somerset, which is the area that I record in. And I actually have 2 copies of each map. I have a laminated version that's waterproof and I can take with me, and it doesn't matter if it gets wet. And then I have a non-laminated one. Oh, is he still publicly owned? Okay, good to know, Izzy. One of the few things they haven't privatised yet. I have a paper one which I actually highlight. So all this yellow is highlighting that I've done myself, and that represents the areas that I've actually done botanical recording. So I can keep track of exactly where I've been. And if I go back to an area, I know, here's places I haven't been, here's places I have been. And so, yeah, over the years, I've built up quite an array of highlighting on these maps. They're getting pretty yellow. The Ordnance Survey maps are available online, but you do need a subscription. So, strictly speaking, I probably shouldn't show them on stream, but this is within an educational context, so I'm going to claim that it's okay for me to do so. If, for example, we look at this, this is an example of there's two scales. There's the Land Ranger, which is 1 in 50,000, Explorer, which is 1 in 25,000, which is this. And these have public footpaths marked on them and other such things. The important thing is these blue grid lines here. These grid lines are 1 kilometre apart, and therefore divide the country into a grid of 1 by 1 kilometre squares. And those are the basic units used for recording plants throughout the country. And so these squares will correspond to the little squares that you see on the distribution maps that I show you. So whenever I go anywhere and I write down my records, I need to know which of these grid squares it's in. Conveniently, a 1 by 1 kilometre square is about the amount of land that I can cover in an evening, because I tend to go out after work to do this. So I can pick a square that I haven't been to, figure out how to get there, survey it, go home, repeat the next day. And North Somerset is made up of over 2,000 such squares, so I've got plenty of work to do. Anyway, was our little botany interlude. I'll now return to the witness and our rather wonky bridge. Izzy says, interesting thing, OS got its name from its original purpose of mapping Scotland for artillery planning purposes. Yes, so ordnance survey, that's ordnance as in military ordnance. So it was originally a military thing, and I believe the first proper, like, fully detailed maps of the UK, like systematically made, that was in the 19th century, and then periodically kept up to date. And at some point in the 1960s, they switched to being metric, so it's now marked in kilometres instead of miles and all that. Is very helpful because a lot of countries do not have that standard of mapping, at least sort of uniformly. Like, you might be able to get street level mapping of towns, but then more remote areas, you don't always have that level of detail. And I know the UK and Ireland are both small countries, but we are fortunate to have that, I think. Yes, botany class is over, Matcha, thank you. Yeah, what have I done wrong with this bridge? Why is it not going here? Can I unsolve a puzzle and fold up the bridge, I wonder? If I don't do that... Huracan, thank you so much for the follow. You came in with Rooney's Raid, didn't you? Thank you, and I hope you enjoy my content. Just wondering if I can persuade this bit of bridge to fold itself up again and maybe unfold a different way. It's not folding. I'm just thinking this does have... this is symmetrical and it has multiple exits. So I solved it like this the first time. But I could equally well solve it like this. Okay. Now the bridge is pointing the right way. Which is what I needed. So we got over to wherever this is. This seems to be the end point of a bridge. Oh well, there's something here anyway, so let's figure out what this is. So we need the purple and the orange to stay together, so I guess just that. Okay, I can't help but notice there's 2 wires here and I've only lit up one of them. What would I need to do to light up the other one? There is another possible solution to this, which is you just go around the whole thing. Does that... Okay, that lights them both up. No, it doesn't. It lights up the other one. Okay, so you can only have one lit up at once. But that one opened a bridge and the other one didn't, so I'm going with this one. Oh, and this is a bridge back to the mainland. Okay. Yeah, this was an island which I could only get to on... well, I thought it was an island. It's actually not. But I could only get to that by boat. But now I have a way back without having to use the boat, which is good. Didn't actually get me up there, though, which is where I was aiming for. But perhaps that's what the green bridge does. Yeah, I think I'll go exploring somewhere else and then come back to this area and tackle the green bridge later on. Don't want to spend too long on any one puzzle. So yeah, we've already visited that boat. We went out there last stream. There were no puzzles, but there was a recorded message with a parable about. Don't let your boats crash and then claim it on insurance because innocent lives might be lost in the process. Is this another way into this area? It does appear to be another way into this area. Interesting. But I couldn't get here from the boardwalks that went up to the treehouse. So... getting a close-up of the boat. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it is an island. But this bit isn't part of the island. So it was actually solving that orange bridge that bridged the gap back to the mainland. That clears things up. So all the time I was over there, I was on an island. Alicia asks, is this World War II stuff in relation to, is he saying OS is short for Ordnance Survey and origins? And the answer is no. This was all in the 19th century. So the first Ordnance Survey maps, I believe, were 1860s-ish. But I'm not 100% sure on that. But yes, certainly older than World War II. Might have been like the Napoleonic Wars or something like that that prompted it. And then the most recent series of maps date from the from the 1960s. That was the first Explorer and Land Ranger maps were produced in the 1960s and 70s, and they've just sort of been incrementally updated since then. 1791. Okay, yes. The UK has been involved in a lot of wars over the years, so it was not World War II, it was one of the earlier ones. Explorer and Land Ranger are just the sort of brand names of the maps. That's what they're called. Hello Liari, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. I hope you're having a great weekend. So this is the area we were in before we went to that island, with the suspiciously red water that I was worried might be blood. And even if it isn't, I would advise against drinking it. Oh, I remember this, yeah. There's an extremely slow bridge that takes you from one section to another, and you can't jump in this game. So even though it's like there, I have to wait for it to come across. Exactly, Easy. All penguins are best penguins, but you are the most besterest penguin. I'm not sure what I have to do here because I've already solved this puzzle. Look, it's solved, and yet this is not moving. I have to solve it again, just to prove I know how. Okay, I apparently do. Right. Yeah. Moving. The reason is, I think when I left on the boat to go and visit the island, I think I left some unsolved puzzles on this side, so I'm just going to have a look for those. But yes, the RE is best. The RE is best crossword penguin. But that does not preclude other kinds of best penguins from existing. Felicia is best Felicia. Tiny toxic tofu is best tofu. Feeding Felicia says, Gertchie, are you an academic by chance? So not exactly. I have a bachelor's degree, but that's as academic as I've ever really been. I work as a software developer. That is my full-time 9-to-5 office job that I do because it pays reasonably well. Then my sort of passion, I guess, is botany, which I tend to do during the summer months, evenings and weekends. And then partly to improve my self-confidence and partly to give myself something to do during the winter, I've started streaming as well. But no, other than reading a lot of rather dull botany books, I'm not an academic. Alicia says, I'm reading Lord of the Flies, UK Kids Escaping World War III. Allowed to some kiddos next week and have chosen a Scottish accent for protagonist Ralph. And Diego says, exactly how Scottish are you going? Yeah, people say Scottish accent, but there's quite a lot of difference depending on whether you mean Glaswegian or, so certain parts of Edinburgh can sound almost closer to Southern English than Scottish. They sound pretty posh. Felicia says, obnoxiously Glaswegian. Okay. Izzy says, not doing the trans women stereotypes with our professions, are we? So there is a stereotype that trans women tend to work in IT and particularly in software development. There's also a stereotype that trans people have shark plushies from IKEA. Of course, I do not conform to such stereotypes. Tipago says, your poor voice. Indeed. Felicia says, gosh, you English folk are so articulate. I mean, I wouldn't generalise to all English people based on just me, Felicia. And I wouldn't even consider myself that articulate. There are plenty of other streamers who are more than me, and they're not all necessarily British. And my accent is what it is. I can't help where I was born and what I picked up. This is just how I am, and I don't intend to change it whether people like it or not. Alicia says, my poor pride, I'll be beat red in the cheeks. Piggy is going to be an EastEnder, so I guess there are glaring exceptions in English articulation. I mean, Possibly. People's accents are different, and the world would be very boring if they were all the same. And I don't think it's right to judge people based on where they're from, and that's really the driving force behind an accent, is just what you grew up with and how people talked where you were. Alicia says, my youngest brother is in software development. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not just trans women. there's not nearly enough of us to meet the needs of the entire IT industry. It does seem to be where a disproportionate number of us end up. Right, okay. Our boat finished, and then I went off on tangent. So I've solved some of the puzzles here, but I also haven't solved some of the puzzles here. Yeah, I haven't solved these ones, but I do know the mechanic behind them now. I didn't when I first got here. So this just means make this shape and also make this shape, which you put them together, you just get a 3x3, so that's going to work. To make these two shapes, that just makes a 2x2 block, so we can do that. These shapes combined are going to make that kind of shape. And then that actually makes a 4x3 box. So, no. It does though. Oh, these. I wonder if the positions of these are significant. Like these have to remain in those relative positions. In which case, what would this actually look like then? Interesting. That's hard to visualize actually. That. Let's get the old drawing tool out a moment. So it looks like these are like, if we imagine that these are here and here, and that this needs to fit in somehow so we can have room for a 3x3. I suppose that would work, except we can't actually draw this shape because we can't get down here and also get over here. So what else can we do that works? What if we position these here and here, this here and this here? Yeah, that works. Okay, let's see if that's the solution the game is going for. It was. Okay, yeah, sometimes we have to resort to drawing on the screen. Tibago says there are some UK accents that even English people can't understand. Exactly. The UK, and especially England, has some of the greatest variety in accents in the world, but particularly in comparison to America. Simply because America is so much newer and people populated most areas of America pretty recently and all around the same time, and all having come from a variety of places. So although accents have developed in America, they are broader, further spaced apart, and have fewer differences. In the UK, you can sometimes literally go 5 or 10 miles down the road and the accent is noticeably different, and you don't get that in most other places in the world. For example, I can quite clearly tell the difference between somebody who lives locally where I live and somebody who lives 15 miles away in any direction, north, south, east or west from here. If I went there and listened to the locals, I would be able to tell immediately that their accent was different. And yeah, by the time you're at the opposite end of the country, it is completely different. So yeah, as Tibago says, Welsh, Scouse, Geordie. Yeah, so Hot Fuzz, that accent is the accent they do in Hot Fuzz is pretty close to my local accent. Hot Fuzz was actually filmed in Wells in Somerset, which is only 10 minutes from where I live. But yes, that sort of farmer accent is found in Somerset, Gloucestershire, to extent also Devon and Cornwall. Although by the time you get down to Cornwall, it's starting to sound more like what you would stereotypically consider a pirate accent, and that's because pirates came from Devon and Cornwall. Izzy says it's not even majority trans when I think something like 3% of the people in the games industry are trans, at least in the UK, which is 3 times the overall population. Well, the only about 0.1% are trans, or at least are recognised as trans. It's a very difficult subject to say what proportion of people are trans, because the stigma against it is still so high, and the access to medical care is still so poor. But yeah, if you believe statistics, it's somewhere between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 1,500, so less than 0.1%. So if 3% of people in the games industry is trans, that's 30 times the overall population. And I suspect it's actually more than that. It's just that people aren't openly trans. There are circles on the internet that I have hung out in where it's more like 20 to 25% trans, even though that place has nothing to do with being trans. It's just that that's where trans people gravitate towards. And I think here is one such circle, to be honest. Izzy says, Scouse and Geordie are 2 examples that people tend to have issues with if they're not used to them. Yes, those are 2 of the hardest to understand for non-locals, I would say. I'd also love to see people try and interpret a North York Moors dialect. Yes, exactly. So there are sort of popular ones that people have heard of, like Scouse and Geordie, but everywhere has its own regional accent. Alicia says, that's what my grandmother says, maybe an exaggeration, but she says you can tell what streets people live on in Glasgow based on accent. Probably yes. Certainly what neighbourhoods. There will, first of all, there'll be rich areas and poor areas, and there'll be a class difference, and there'll be an accent associated with that. But also, yes, just the more populated an area is, the more opportunity there is for regional variation. So yes, absolutely. Ren says the most important accent distribution in the US is between those who say nuclear and those who say nuclear. Well, I know George Bush was famously in the second category. Felicia has been playing with the emote modifications and has created the library. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Matcha, for redeeming gift sub for 20,000 points. I suppose I'd better gift you a sub now, hadn't I? Let us do that. Sorry. Although Twitch Studio does have a gift sub button, it doesn't work, so I have to actually go to my own channel on the website and then gift you a sub. So let me just do that. And I need to make sure I spell your name correctly. Or at least spell it wrong in the same way that you have. It turns out there's a surprising number of users called Matcha Catcher with different spellings. And then do that. Well, it is 20,000 channel points, Felicia. But yes, I do have a gift sub option. Yeah, I don't know how many of them are your doppelgangers, Matcha. Did that redeem go off or not? I don't think the alert played. There we go. Okay. Have your alert. Well, actually, I don't, Matcha. I get half of it back, but the other half goes to Twitch. Streamers only get 50% of the money spent on bits and subscriptions, as well as only 50% of any ad revenue from manually run ads. They get nothing for pre-roll ads. Streamers get 0% of pre-roll ad money. So yeah, what I just did was pay Jeff Bezos £15. But you get to enjoy your emotes, Matcha. So that's something. Thank you very much for the redeem. LT Bago says accents change as often as the name for bread roll. Yes, so there are a lot of names for bread roll in the UK. There's obviously bread roll, but there's also bap and cob and balm and so on and so forth. We usually use roll here. Quite often if something has bacon in it, we would call it a bacon bap. Also, if it had sausage in it, you'd definitely call it a sausage bap, because a sausage roll is something completely different. Yeah, it's 6 months, so it's the honest subscription pricing is a bit weird at the moment, because it used to be £4 a month in the UK, and it was $5 in America, and I believe it's still $5 in America, but in the UK it's gone up to £5 a month. But £5 is like $6.50, so it's significantly more expensive to subscribe in the UK than it is in the US, which is sort of weird, because we're not really, our purchasing power isn't really any higher. But that's what Twitch has decided. So yeah, it's £5, so £30 for 6 months. Oops. LT Bago says if Emma was in the US, she could claim it as a business expense. Only if I was incorporated as a company. And the same is true in the UK, Tibago. If I was a company, I could claim it as a business expense here. But claiming something as a business expense doesn't make it free. It only means you don't pay tax on it. So I would be able to deduct that money from my taxable income. But in the UK, you have a separate tax allowance for side income anyway, so it already doesn't fall under taxable income, unless I make more than £1,000 from streaming in a year, which I'm definitely not anywhere close to that. So yeah, it would make no difference, T-Bagger. T-Bagger says here it's a barm cake. Yes, sorry, barm cake is yet another word for bread roll, which I didn't include on my original list. There are many, many more. Izzy calls it a bread cake, which is just silly. Yes, the pound used to be a lot better than the pound used to be worth more relative to other countries than it is now. I don't mean, when I say better, I mean doing better in terms of exchange rates. Brexit and the 2012 financial crisis and the pandemic all hit the British currency exchange rate quite hard, and it's not doing so well now. But it is still, the pound is still worth more than the dollar, the US dollar, or the Canadian dollar, or the euro. So when a lot of websites like to say something is like £5 or $5 or €5, and that's not the same amount of money. Felicia, thank you for being cute. Tibago says BAP in North Wales too. Bun is also used when from development country. Yes, so I've heard bun, BAP, roll, cob, balm. I've heard all of these in different parts of the UK. Right, sorry, we got distracted from the game to talk about bread rolls and subscription pricing. Okay. I think this might have been what I was supposed to see earlier, before I got stuck in the island, because this, I think, is the tutorial for rotated shapes. So this has to be this way round, because it's the only possibility. So this is telling me if the shape appears rotated, I think what that means is any orientation of that shape is permitted, if it's not exactly horizontal or vertical. So here I'm allowed to do this, yeah, because it's not exactly straight. And here I can do anything as long as the shape... now the question is, does it have to be rotated? I suppose I can't test that here because, yeah, the non-rotated shape would require me to go through this gap. So what I need to do instead... Can I flip? No, so flipping is not allowed, it has to be rotating. So how do I rotate two of those such that they fit on this grid without these edges that I can't go over? Well, it would just make a square, right, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Not a square, a rectangle, I mean. Okay, now I've just got one. Alright, now I can test my theory as to whether it's allowed to be that. No, I can't, because it... I want to see whether it has to be rotated or whether it's allowed to not be rotated. But I guess for now we just go with this. No, I can't get out after I do that. Okay, what orientation of this works? That doesn't work. This doesn't work because of that blockage. But this does. Okay. Yeah, that's allowed. We're making our way through ponds of different colours. We had a bright red pond and here's a blue pond. Curiously, there doesn't actually seem to be any barrier between these colours. Like, I'm not sure how this blue dye hasn't just mixed with this red dye and this brown water, because it's all the same area of water. But, yeah, okay. Also, I hope I don't have to solve this one, because it appears to be a bit broken. What is this? So... the squares are different colours, which I think means they need to be in different regions. This somehow needs to be made into a 3. But then also... a raid. Hello, Joe! Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much, Joe, for raiding with your party of 19 viewers. Hello, Joffo. Hope you're doing well. I think I've seen you around in various Scrabble streams before, so it's great to see you here. For anybody raiding for the first time, welcome. My name is Emma. I currently stream every Saturday and Sunday starting at 8 PM UK time or 3 PM Eastern time. And I mostly play puzzle games, including this one right here, which is The Witness. It was requested by one of my viewers, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it so far, even if some of the puzzles are a bit difficult. In the winter months, I also stream on Fridays, but right now it's just the 2 days a week. Hello also to Evie Schmeeps. Love your name. Hello, welcome in. And welcome to all your other raiders as well. And thank you, Juffo, for the follow. That is very generous of you. Hope you enjoy. You've just missed me doing some actual puzzle solving, and I'm now scratching my head as to how this one works. And I think I think I see what's going on here. I think this actually relates to the physical world around me, because there's a blue blob there, there's a pink blob there, there should be a red blob here, but it's fallen in the water, and there's a black one behind me, and then this piece is actually shaped like this triomino in the middle. So what I think I need to do is solve the puzzle, and then this will move and allow me to access these two areas. Presumably it would allow me to access this area, except I seem to have a slight problem with that one. We have come to bear witness. Well, thank you, Joe. Joffo says, well, if one of the platforms has fallen in the water, surely the game has been left unsolvable. Yeah, so this is an interesting game. It's like an exploration puzzle game. So half the problem is actually finding the puzzles to solve, and then the other half is solving them. And the whole sort of design of the game is you're exploring this sort of ancient ruined landscape with like crumbling castles and stuff that somebody has sort of put suspiciously modern puzzle machinery into. But the puzzle machinery is also starting to fall apart, as seen here. I'm pretty sure it is still possible to beat the game, though. I noticed that there are two possible exits from this puzzle. Top left, bottom right. So I guess one of them moves to the blue and one of them moves to the pink. And then, yeah, we don't need to worry about that direction. The question is, how do we solve it within the constraints of the puzzle? Because the yellow bit is shown on its side, which means any orientation does solve it, but also does satisfy it. So this is satisfied by the line I just drew, which was this, because you've got the tromino there plus this one. But also the blue, pink and red need to be in separate regions because they're different colours. So how I do that, I'm not sure, unless I have to do like an entire orbit of this beforehand just to cut these off into separate regions. Yeah, this would work. Oh, no it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because those aren't 1x1s. Sorry, I do actually need to leave these as 1x1s. Actually, yeah, how the hell does this work? Because the black one isn't a 1x1 now. Oh, so, yeah, this is why the red... Yeah, okay, this is clever. This is why the red isn't solvable. Because there's no way to leave the black or the blue as a 1x1. But if I go this way round... then I think I can do it. Because we do that. No, that's still one too many blocks here. But we were close. I'm sure this must be what we have to do. I'm not always great at visualising things, which is not a skill you want to be lacking in a puzzle like this one. Thank you, Felicia, for the woof. Yeah, I don't see how this works. Yeah, because if I could make two paths meet at a corner like this, then I could make it work, but I can't. Joe says I definitely used some graph paper at one point during this game. I've been drawing on the screen. Not literally drawing on the screen, but using the Twitch thingy tool to scribble on the screen. But that doesn't really help here. What I need to do is I need to take this and then connect it to one of these dots, I think, because if you make this L shape from the center, it's got to be like this, or like this, or like this. No matter what you do, it's got to connect to some of the dots. But each one of these dots that isn't connected needs to inhabit its own little one by one. So if the Tromino doesn't connect to this dot, then the dots have to... The dot means it can only be a one by one, so it's got to be like that. I suppose both of them could be in the same region, but that would mean doing that. Is that possible? Ah, that's possible. Okay, right. Drawing on the screen did help. Because I think I know what to do now. This, and then this. Okay, right. Puzzle solved. Evie Schmeeps, thank you so much for the follow. Once again, love your username. Thanks, and hope you enjoy the puzzling. Tibago says MS Paint or GTFO. Tibago has made a heroic effort to help me solve puzzles with MS Paint. Not in this game, which so far entirely managed myself. But one of the previous puzzles we played, Cosmic Express, Tibago was a great help with that. Some of the puzzles I would not have solved if it was not for Tibago. And I think... basically, we can say the two of us worked together to beat the game. And without his help, it would have taken a lot longer and not made for such an interesting stream. So I'm very grateful to Tibago for that. Right, this has now let me come here to the pink water, where we find another broken bridge leading nowhere. Okay. Yeah, combined effort, exactly. This doesn't go anywhere nice. So what exactly did this help with? I suppose it unlocked this direction. What can I find over here? Ah, more puzzles. I suppose I should have expected that. Okay, so these shapes can be rotated in any way we choose. And I choose to be confused. Well, yeah, let's get the drawing tool out again. If I was to run this way, I don't like the fact that there's a gap here that I then can't cross. So I kind of want to run this way. It's allowed for a shape to be part of another shape as long as there just needs to be a Tromino shape somewhere else, which could be here, except then this other one can't connect to it. So actually it can connect to it if we put it like that. Can I trace out that shape? Yes, I can. Okay. I think some of these puzzles have multiple solutions. So this is not necessarily the only solution by any means. But it's a solution. So we'll take it. Doesn't mean I have to keep tabbing out to erase my drawings. Yeah, and you can have like disconnected. I suppose not completely disconnected. They are diagonally connected, but you can have disconnected tiles in these arrangements. Which adds another layer of confusion. So with this one, this is 4 along and then 1 up, so something like that. But we'd need to, yeah, then that and that for that. And then I can't actually draw that, so that doesn't work. What about, yeah, if I have this be here and here, and then I take this T piece and draw it like that. And then rotate this? No, that still doesn't work. What if I place the T piece? No, I can't place the T piece there because then this is not covered up. What if? Yeah, what if this piece goes here? And then the T piece goes here, because all these pieces have to be within the shape that I draw, but they don't all have to be where the icon says they need to be. So I think this is a valid solution if I find somewhere to put these two squares, which I think here and here would work. Yeah, I think this is allowed. I'll find out soon if I'm wrong. Okay, now that is allowed. Good to know. Okay. I immediately saw a solution, and then that's why they've put this blockage here, because I can't actually draw it. But I can draw this, which is just the same solution but moved around slightly. Oh, lots of disconnected pieces. Yeah, I'm going to want the drawing tool for this one. So if we stick this L shape in the corner, and then, yeah, it's visualizing where these dots go that I'm going to find tricky, because we could do this and then put the one, well, we can't put the one there, but we could do something like that. Might be better to put this here. And then, yeah, have one of these go dot, 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 and then have the one there. That satisfies 2 of them. But if I try and attach this one now, it's not going to work. Yeah, I was thinking this, but then that doesn't actually touch it. So that's no good. Don't think it's possible in that position. What else could we do with this if we don't do? I think doing this is just obviously wrong because there's no way this touches. I think we have to go into the center with this piece. And then the puzzle is symmetrical, so it probably doesn't matter which way we go. Unless, do we do this with this piece? And then this with this piece? No, then we don't reach the one. This one makes me think a bit more. It's just actually connecting the pieces together that's going to be tricky. Because I can't leave gaps in the middle. Because I've got no way to actually close them when I have to draw one continuous line. Let me do it dot by dot. We know each of these has to be filled because the shapes themselves have to be filled. And then we need to do something in the middle here to make those shapes appear. I could just overlay these two sets of dots on top of each other, which would mean having a 3x3 shape. Yeah, that might be it. If we have a 2x3, not 2x3, have an area here, and then we do this here. Yeah, this works, I think. The two sets of 3 dots are in this corner. Yeah, okay. I can definitely feel the difficulty increasing on this. Most of the puzzles last week I was able to solve just by looking at them. Now I'm definitely having to use drawing tool more. What did that do? It didn't unlock this. This was already here. Oh. Wait. Yeah, this was full of water before, wasn't it? We can go under here. Lovely. We have what looks like a new game mechanic, because we've got a square with a hollow centre instead of a filled square. I've never seen one of these before in this game. This bottom symbol means there's got to be 3 blocks together, which implies doing this. Okay, that's not the answer anymore. So, what is the answer? Do we need to split these into 2? No. Do we put them together? Yes. So this clue, this symbol here is no longer being respected because of this one. Is this like a minus? Does having a hollow circle mean subtract? So the shape we had to make was 3 squares subtract 1 square, i.e. 2 squares. So this would be 5 squares subtract 2 squares, so 3 squares. No, sorry, 4 squares subtract 2 squares, that's not 5. Okay, and this would be 4 subtract 1, so we'd have to make a 3. Okay, I think I understand it. Rooney says, I'm going to head out. Thank you for the lovely stream and have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. Yes, thank you for being here, Rooney, and thank you for the raid earlier. Yes, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the week ahead. And yeah, I will try to drop by your stream again soon. And good luck with the dice rolling. This is all 16 squares, but then minus 2, so we would need to do that. And this is a hollow ring, but minus 1, which is good because a hollow ring on its own would be impossible. But if we minus 1, we can sneak in to do the inside. Yeah, there we go. Okay, what did that do? Also, what am I looking at in here? This just seems to be the underwater of the yellow section. I solved all these puzzles and it didn't light anything up. I guess this was just the tutorial for the new symbol type. So, good that we got that done. What else? Okay, here is another place we would be able to go if the bridge was working, but can't. Yeah, this section, we've had several broken sections. We had a section where some glass was broken, which made the puzzle harder to solve, but this section is actually properly broken. We have a bridge. Oh, we have a bridge with a puzzle on it. Okay. 3, 1 and 3. That's just going to be a line then, I think. Don't tell me this bridge is as slow as all the others. Oh. Never mind, it's not even a bridge. That didn't do anything. Why is there a random rock here? What is this for? Yeah, I hope this was going to take me somewhere, but it doesn't appear to have done so. Oh well. Never mind. Okay. More lovely scenery. It's moving very slowly, says Red. I mean, I don't think it is. Oh, this is moving. Oh, that really is slow. I thought this was going to move, but no, this is moving. This is worthy of Snail Simulator, this movement. Exactly, T-Bago. And it doesn't even accomplish anything because this is still broken. Okay, well that wasn't worth waiting for. Let's see what else there is. Oh, this is another boat point. Although the boat isn't here because I left it on the island. Can I summon the boat by doing that? Okay, good. Yeah, I over there by that ship is where I got off the boat. So I can summon it here. That's good to know. So I don't. If I get off the boat somewhere, I don't need to drive the boat to where I want to be. I can just summon it. Tibago says, "Go back. You missed a path." Oh, I didn't go this way yet. Did you mean this way, Tibago? There's a path up the rocks. No, this is where I came in. This is how I got to this area. So I've been that way. Oh, there's a path here. So I mean, I don't. Unless I get completely stuck, Tibago, I don't think I need help with this one yet. I will figure these things out myself. I promise. Okay. Well, there's nothing here unless I want to jump in the purple water, which I don't think I would advise. It does give you a nice overview though of the whole area. But yes, there is a path leading upward. There are many branching paths leading in different directions. A waterfall. And a gate. A gate that seems to have a puzzle on the other side of it. I'm on the wrong side of this gate, I think. But maybe that's a shortcut to get back here later. I feel like we've been here. Yes, we have been here. Okay, this takes you back to this area, which is the introduction to these puzzles. Okay, yeah, I think this path was here all along when I came in. I just I was distracted by that gate, so I never went this way. Yeah, okay. Well, I think the path continued upwards, yes. Quite a climb. Do get a good overview of the island from up here. Ah, another of those gold boxes. In fact, ooh, what is that? Oh, I saw this from the yeah, I saw this from the boat. Looks like some sort of leaking pipe dripping yellow paint over everything. Seems a bit weird. But I'm sure there are puzzles involved. I don't necessarily know where. There are puzzles involved. Some nice flower arrangements. As a botanist, I do appreciate the flowers here. There's some sort of elevator, it looks like. Not actually seeing any puzzles to solve though. This has a cable attached to it which goes to this box. Wait. I don't think I can get in. There's more plants. Doing my best not to backseat this one, you just look straight at the path 3 times. It's fine, I'm sure I would have found this eventually. I'm very intrigued by all these flower arrangements and this weird green room full of plants. But I don't know what we have to solve to get in there. Okay, let's continue onwards. Okay, we can drop down there, or we can go this way. I think this is sort of a maze of paths that takes you between all the different areas of the map. The impression I get. Ooh, big waterfall. Yeah, this is the main river, isn't it? This is this area. Yeah, I think this is just a way to get between the areas. Don't see any puzzles. Identify those plants. Yes, I don't think they're British wildflowers, I can tell you that much. Is there any secrets hiding behind the waterfall that won't let us through? So I don't think so. Bamboo. I can see a puzzle. There's a puzzle in the bamboo. How do we get into the bamboo? I don't know. But there's a puzzle in there. Okay, well the nearest path was this one. Ah, I see what might be a puzzle. Over here. This is below the weird green room with the trees in it. Yes, this is a puzzle. We just need to keep the black and white separate. Ah. We found the secret botany lab. Yes, if only Lana was here, I'm sure she'd nibble through the bamboo in no time. Yes, look, people have been doing experiments on plants. Possibly in order to try and grow them in different colours, would be my guess. Although, yeah, this place has seen better days. Well, let us continue solving the puzzles. So, I think we just need to separate the colours on this, don't we? Yeah. And then... separate the colours. And then... separate the colours. And... we know the drill by now. Oops. Does that look like your lab? Asks Matcha, and then says, "Truly, this is the area for Emma." I don't have my own secret botany lab, sadly. I wish I did. If I did, I'd probably have it be a bit more well maintained than this. Although the gaping hole in the roof is great for sunlight, so the plants probably prefer it that way. Yes, Tofu, secret botany. Matcha says, "What's under the carpet?" Probably mould, if the if the roof looks like that. There are some petals on the floor. I don't think there's anything under the carpet though. Tofu says, "I'll have to head away. One day I'm sure you have it own lab." Thank you so much to Tofu for sticking around. Hope you enjoyed the little botany segment. I do one day hope to do a whole stream like that. I'd like to film some footage around a nature reserve and then commentate over it and all that sort of thing. So that's a taste of what I hope to do in future. And yes, everybody please go check out Tofu. She's amazing. And enjoy the week ahead, Tofu. Right, where were we? Oh yeah, try and separate out the colours. So that, then didn't separate the green. We go here first, then we can separate out the green. Okay, good. These 4 different colours, so separate them all. Yes. This. Okay. Okay. I haven't figured out with these yet. Can we have colours sharing? No. Okay. I think the mechanic with these sort of paint blobs is we do actually have to separate out the whole thing, which is going to be more difficult. I guess, yeah, I guess we can still, yeah, we can separate out. We don't have to put the blues together. Yeah, we don't have to put them together, we just have to keep them apart. If that makes sense. So these can go together because they're the same colour. Yep, okay. What did that do? So these are not flowers, these are what look like bell peppers. This is not a natural colour of bell pepper. This is, and even this is, but the purple ones... It's not Peter Piper picked a peck of purple peppers. Okay, that's unlocked this. We can go into the next section of the lab. I'm not going to eat any of the things in here, don't worry. Okay, we now appear to have some leaves. Again, one of these colours is more natural than the other. You do get purple leaves, but not this sort of luminous purple. Does continue. But yeah, we seem to have discovered botany puzzles. Okay, how does this work? Because I need to have a line here, also a line here, don't I? That seems impossible. Oh. I wanted it to flash the ones that weren't satisfied, but it isn't. It's just telling me the line is bad, which is a shame. Yeah. In order to see what I thought the mechanic was based on the previous puzzles is don't have the different colours in the same region. But if I want to do that, I need a line here, 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 line here, line here, line here, line here. And this is obviously impossible to draw with just a continuous path. So what gives? There must be a different rule I'm not yet aware of. Would anybody like to tell me what the pattern is here? We have a redeem to distract us. Good. No, the timing is pretty good, T-Bago, because we did botany book earlier, so thank you for redeeming drink, water and stretch. Good opportunity for viewers to do a little self-care as well. Ooh. Definitely need my stretches today. Ibago says I had to start a new bookmark folder for the plot I had lined up. Yeah, well, we've had one today, so don't worry about that, unless anyone particularly wants a second one. Ibago now has a bookmark folder called Plants, no doubt. Get out of my head, Charles, says Debugger. Okay, stretch is completed. All I can think is it has something to do with colours? Like how the different colours relate to each other. I only know this because I think because I work in printing, so I'm used to dealing with CMYK. Because if you try and think of this in terms of RGB colours, it doesn't really make sense. But if you think of it in terms of CMYK, I don't know if this is the answer or not. But if I let's say we have yellow, we have magenta. We have cyan, black. So these are the four colours you use in printing. So that's what CMYK stands for: cyan, magenta, yellow, and then K for black, obviously, because blue is B. The two that I've cut off down here Red you make with magenta and yellow. So both of those use magenta. So then they're together. And then green you make with cyan and yellow. So those both involve cyan. And then the top ones, the dark blue you'd made with black and cyan. So they both involve black. So I think that's the only connection I can think of. So if so, that's pretty tricky to reason about, but we'll see. Hopefully the next puzzle will let me confirm or deny that assertion. So if I'm correct, then these can go together because they share magenta. Oh, but these can't go together, and these can't go together. Is this? Yeah, okay. There's another one where if you get it wrong, you have to redo the previous puzzle. Had a few of them already. That's so obvious, says Matcha. Well, if you say so. I mean, it didn't seem obvious to me. So the black and the blue can go together. The red and the pink can go together. But the pink and the green can't go together. The green and the yellow could go together. But the green and the blue can't go together. So if my understanding is correct, then a line is forced here, and also here, and also here. But also, like, this region all needs to be cut off somehow. So I guess the way to fulfill that would be this. No, that still doesn't split off the blue. So this. Oops, I accidentally clicked. Okay, I do not know what this. I don't know what the rule is because I thought that would work. I mean, clearly you are allowed to have colours together because look, I've got colours together and it solved puzzle. That's what I did, and no, that's not what I did because those two touched. Did this. That I don't think will work because that pink hasn't got any black in it. It would be a purple otherwise. This doesn't work because the green and the magenta don't share any colours. Unless, does this work because the red is magenta and yellow, and the green is, yeah, the two of the three have got yellow in common, and the other two have got magenta in common. So does that count? Is that good enough? No. Okay. Is it more basic than that? Is it just green and cyan can go together, red and pink to go together, blue and black can go together? Is that all it is? In which case, no, I still don't get it. The player is not expected to know CMYK, I'll say that much. Okay, but clearly the player is expected to know something about colours. Because it's like it's not, oh, you have to have the same number of each colour. Like it's not, oh, here there's 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, but here there's 5 and 3. So it's not that. It's nothing to do with the shape, I don't think, because again, the shape of the green is unrelated to the shape of the cyan. I mean, they're all even. Yeah, each one is an even number of squares. But this is all an even number of squares, so it's not that. I think it is something to do with like this. The fact that this is the first puzzle and that connection is there leads me to think it's something to do with the colours. So it's very misleading to have that puzzle first if it's not something to do with the colours. I wonder if... Do uncoloured cells... So far I've assumed that uncoloured cells can just be grouped in with coloured ones without any issue. Maybe that's not the case. Oops. What happened on the previous puzzles? Yeah, here I pretty much grouped uncoloured cells in with no issues. So that's not it. And yeah, I mean here we had all manner of different shapes and sizes and number of dots in each. You're not required to put all dots of the same colour in the same area because I didn't here. And then, yeah, throughout this area, all we were doing was segregating colours. And then we came here and realised segregating colours wasn't possible. So we didn't, and we found that this was an answer. And I thought, well, these have black, these have cyan, and these have magenta. But when you're saying that's not the connection. I can't actually see what the third puzzle is until I've solved the second one. Are there any other puzzles accessible that might give me a hint? This looks like a final boss puzzle up there. This door is interesting. It opens by sliding backwards. I mean, this definitely seems like the tutorial area for this mechanic, so I don't think there's anywhere else I'm going to learn it. It is colour, it's just simpler to solve. Okay. Is it that every area has to have 2 colours in it? Because I thought I'd tried that as well. This would put 2 colours in every area. No, okay. It's not that every area has to have 2 colours in it. Or every area has to have the same number of colours in it, I should say. Because obviously every area with has one colour in it is a valid solution. It's quite tedious having to go back and do this one every time. I mean, we know blue and black can go together, because they did. We know red and pink can go together, because they did. We know green can go with cyan, but there isn't any cyan here. We don't know what yellow can go with. I think we can be fairly certain that this needs to go here and this needs to go here. Also fairly certain that this needs to go here. But I also think there needs to be a barrier between the greens, yellows, so... Yeah, I don't see how we block off. I don't see how we block off the green from the black whilst also blocking them off from the blue, the yellow. Like I don't see any way to cover all the lines I've drawn with the same shape. No. Okay, maybe I should leave this area and come back when I'm in a mood more amenable to solving it, I guess. Might be an option. There are other things in the game that I've encountered and not been able to solve because I didn't know the mechanic. Where I have since obtained the game mechanic. So I could go back to those. Haven't been down here yet. Oh, this is a point for catching the boat, I think. Yeah, so we've been there. This is a beach, which is very nice. Has some waves. Interesting that the sea has waves this side of the island and didn't on the other side. It was completely flat water. Any puzzles lurking in the bushes? Don't think we can interact with these. I thought there might be another one of those sound recordings down here. Just seems to be a sun lounger instead. I mean, it's definitely a nice spot to pick. Just don't get... Yeah, Emma is very, very pale and would get sunburned very, very quickly. What are you doing? Oh, you want that glass? Well, I would try standing up. Then you might be able to reach it. Not sure I can help you. Ah, here's a thingy. We thought there might be one of these.
O Lord God, helper of those who seek you, I see you in the garden of paradise, and I do not know what I see, because I see nothing visible. I know this alone, that I know that I do not know what I see, and that I can never know. I do not know how to name you because I do not know what you are. Should anyone tell me that you are named by this or that name, by the fact that one gives a name, I know that it is not your name. For the wall beyond which I see you is the limit of every mode of signification by names. Should anyone express any concept by which you could be conceived, I know that this concept is not a concept of you. For every concept finds its boundary at the wall of paradise. Should anyone express any likeness and say that you ought to be conceived according to it, I know in the same way that this is not a likeness of you. So too, if anyone, wishing to furnish the means by which you might be understood, should set forth an understanding of you, one is still far removed from you. For the highest wall separates you from all these, and secludes you from everything that can be said or thought, because you are absolute from all the things that can fall within any concept. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
This is getting too deep for me. Well, we found some sort of temple thingy, and it looks like it has puzzles in it. So let's check this out next. Assuming this opens the door. There we go. It's seen better days. Seems to be mostly held up by trees now. Oh, there's a black dot in the opposite corner as well. Oh, I literally can't go past the tree because it's on screen. Interesting. Do I have to angle this so that I can see around the tree somehow? Yeah, so when you draw a path, you have to include all black dots that appear on the path. And there are two black dots opposite each other. So I wouldn't need to do a complete circuit of the thing, except I can do this. I stand here. There we go. That lit up one side of this. Oh, and if I do it from a different side, it lights up a different side, I guess. Okay. Yeah, now this side is lit up, and clearly things are happening because I hear noises. This is opening this. This definitely looks like a puzzle. I need to stand. I think I need to stand exactly where I can see the puzzle. There we go. Interesting mechanic. Having to position yourself so that you can solve the puzzle. Where is the exit from that puzzle? There. That is not the answer. Really? Oh well. Let's do this one again, I think. Maybe we have to open... Oh, do we have to... We have to trace the correct path as viewed through this tree, perhaps. This tree seems to cut off all possible paths, though. Yeah, because the exit is on the left. Where do I stand so that a full path forms? It goes to the left. Here? No. I don't know, that seemed pretty unambiguous to me, but I must be missing something still. Like this little circle here looks quite round. This almost as if I'm supposed to start the start marker there, because the start marker was quite fat and round. And then, yeah, these branches sort of fall into place quite nicely. Like, this looks like a solution, doesn't it? Oops. This. But that was no good. So, what am I doing wrong? There's definitely, yeah, there's not enough, there aren't enough holes in the branches on this side for it to work. Okay, I'm going to leave that one as well because I'm convinced I'm doing the right thing there, and I don't. There must be something I'm missing, and I don't see what it is. Also, no idea how we solved the third one. Is there a third? There's a third one. Yeah, no idea how we solved that because it seems to be a slight problem. I guess if I solve this in a different orientation, I can unlock something. Right, yeah, shutters this side are opening now. I don't. Oh no, this is opening. I thought this was too damaged to open, but it is opening. And I guess the ones on the other side have now closed. So you can only do one of these at a time. There's the shape of a cup. I don't see any puzzles behind it though. Any puzzles behind that one? Oh, I see. Yeah, there's sort of a yellow line splashed across the back of the thing. Can I stand somewhere where that lines up and makes sense as something? Possibly. Not sure what I do when I'm here, though. 'Twas a bright, gloomy night when the ground shooketh. There's a squash. Yes, I'm trying to line up that vegetable there with the correctly shaped gap in. This looks pretty well lined up. Just not sure what the consequence of that is. I'm stood in nowhere in particular in the temple now. If I try to line up this one, that brings me here. Again, doesn't seem to be anywhere in particular. And this one, one is more tricky actually. There's like a there's a cutout of the yellow on the thing there. Not all of it is yellow. Does this little point of yellow need to match up with that one? So I need to be here. Oh, I see. Then this actually becomes a thing. I can't go beyond here though, because there's nothing to connect at the bottom here. Where would this little fragment of yellow be? Doesn't seem to be on the floor behind. Doesn't seem to be on anything in here. Yeah, this seems like the right place to stand, except for the fact that I can't get past there. What about this second one then? This looks like it has a much longer line. Right, I can't stand any further back because of this giant tree. But if I stand here... Oh, I have to go this way behind. No? Maybe out here, I think. Okay, that doesn't even set fire to the thingy, so you're not right. Okay, maybe I have to solve this one before this one unlocks. That would make sense. So I'd need to figure out how to bridge this gap. And I assumed if I walked backwards, I would maybe find something with yellow on it that I could position over there. Not seeing anything though. And it can't be anything like shining in, because opening this shutter would close this shutter. Okay. So what if I solve this from this side? These shutters close. These ones don't open. So what opens now? Just solving it that way too. Sure it did anything, to be honest. Okay, there is one other option, which is to stand here. I don't think I've stood here yet. Making noises. Ah, that opens the shutters on this side. Okay, so logically then, what the last one I did? Oh, it opened these shutters. They didn't look like they had puzzles on them. Maybe I was wrong. Right, that opens these. Which do have holes in them. Very elaborate mausoleum thing here. Stand somewhere, whether this makes sense. These are all linked together as if they were puzzles as well, but they're all black at the moment. Guess I have to solve something else before they light up. Do I see what this is going for? No, okay. I'll come back to this area later as well then. Let's keep exploring for now. Round the back. Very elaborate stonework here. A pond. Yeah, this is something to do with tracing yellow lines. I just don't quite get how. And this also has a thing on the front. Looks like it needs to be powered from, perhaps when you solve the whole temple that gets powered. Is out. Okay, and that brings us back here. So yeah, I saw this before, but it was shut from that side. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, now we're back at the town. And there's the front of the temple again. Okay. Can I get down from here? Hello. I would like to go over here. I think I have to go over there the long way. I remember there being some puzzles in here that I couldn't solve because I hadn't discovered the game mechanic yet. So I might be able to solve them now. They don't want you to scrape your knee. Yeah, it's not a huge wall, but yeah, no jumping in this game. I definitely remember this area having puzzles I couldn't do before. I can't remember where they were. So let's hunt for them again. Certainly cables twisted everywhere. I need to find the start of the chain. I need to find the one that already has a puzzle lit up on it. Oh, this. Yeah, I couldn't figure that out. I know that changing that rotated this, but I couldn't figure out what that was supposed to do. Definitely remember there being a puzzle with shapes I didn't know yet, though. Oh, it was this one. I think, yeah. So the stars have to go in pairs, and these need to combine to make something. What can I make with all of those? 2, 3x2 is an extra one. If I just do this, and then this. Well, that almost works. I do need to actually separate the stars, though. This should work. Oh no, then I need to come down here, so that doesn't work. Get the drawing tool out again. I was thinking like do this and this. And then one here. And that would mean having a line like this. But that doesn't let us split enough stars off from each other. So that's not how you do these. Because if we just want to split the stars up, we just do something like this. But we are just one square short of having enough squares for this top section if we use this solution. But there's no way to just add one square without messing up everything else. So what if we subtract 3 squares by going like that? So we now have this, 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 and then this, this. So yeah. Oops. No, because we can't actually get. We can't get around the back then. Okay. It's obviously unlocks some sort of new area, so it's going to be one of the more difficult puzzles. Mm. How many Trominos do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, right. Yeah, now we just have one square too many. If we do... Oops. If we do this... That's the right number of squares, but I don't think you can make that shape with just the Trominos. No, you'd need a straight line of length 3 as well. That's no good. It's close though. Tibago head empty, no thoughts. Fair enough. What about if I started by going here? And then here. Then here. Almost, hang on. I think we're close here. I think this has to be one. I think this is the secret, is grouping these two with the ones on the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, then you can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, I almost have it. I almost have it. It's easy to almost have it, and then it's something else to actually have it. Right. Turns out I was overthinking it. Right. We are in. Hello, Franny. Welcome in. Thank you for dimming drink water. Hope you're having a good weekend, Franny. We are playing a little bit of The Witness. I think we've solved most of the easy puzzles now, and we've made it onto the hard ones, and we're struggling with them. But we have made progress today. We have solved more puzzles. We've learned one new game mechanic, and we've encountered a second one, but not figured out how it works yet. Also, there's no more puzzles in here. There's just cryptic lines of blue, which we will no doubt need for something at some point. And some bamboo. Okay, well, we can tick off the door puzzle from our list. We can probably do this one as well now. Actually, I'm not sure we can do this one. Unless my understanding of the star mechanic was also wrong. Don't we have to have... No, we don't have to have... We can only have a maximum of 2, I think. Is it okay to have a star on its own? So... We just need to isolate a pink and a red star. No? Oh, okay. What I thought it was. Oh no, and we need to cut the white stars in half. No. We definitely need the stars you put in pairs, right? So the black, the blue, and the yellow are all fine. The white needs splitting up. I'm not sure what to do with the pink and the red. Because these are more difficult puzzles, it's not giving me feedback on what's wrong. On the training puzzles, it flashes the thing that's wrong, which does help. I think I might need to learn more about how stars work as well before I can do that. It's a shame. I thought I'd be able to come back and do that one. Oh, Ren says it's hard to see, but there are stairs by the bamboo. Oh, in here. Oh, down. Sorry, I didn't see those. Ah. Anechoic chamber full of puzzles. Ah, this might be because I had something with a hexagon that unlocked something, didn't I? Yeah, this might be a thing you have to have seen the pattern somewhere else. What's this? This is a mechanic I haven't seen yet, I think. Do we just cover all the things? No. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen different sized blobs in the path, and I haven't seen red blobs in the path either. Are red blobs just you have to avoid them? No. Okay, it's flashing at me, so you do need to pick them up. But then when I do pick them up, that doesn't work either, unless I also have to do this. No. Okay. Maybe another thing I need to learn more about before I progress. Thank you, Tibago, for explaining how stars work. Yeah, this seems like some sort of combination lock type thing, like the hexagons I had earlier. So I need to find that pattern somewhere, is what I'm guessing. This, I don't know. It's flashing the... When I get it wrong, it's flashing the dots at me like it's a tutorial puzzle, but it's not something I've seen before. Does it matter what order I pick them up in? Because some of them are bigger than others, and I tried going smallest to biggest, didn't I? What about... I can't do biggest to smallest because... Yeah, if I go here, I can't then get back across. Okay, that's something else I'll need to come back to, I think. But good to know it's there. Thank you for pointing that out, Ren. That one I don't know yet. This is the flower arranging like the other place we were in. Really pretty though. Oh, that's the other place where I had puzzles I didn't know how to solve yet. Was in this. There are two castles. There's a castle you spawn in, which is like an old, crumbling one, and then this one, which looks a bit more substantial when you go in, but then it is also a ruin inside. Yeah, this had some puzzles that I didn't know the mechanic for yet. I might be able to do now. I figured out these ones where you walk on a platform. But then, yeah, then that led you through here. Then here. And There's another bit. Did I solve this one? I don't think I solved this one. Yeah, because it had these. So how would I solve this? I guess I would just go like this. So I need to translate that into the big puzzle behind me. Probably cheating to keep it on the screen, so I won't. But I need to... Oh yeah, I can't actually get round the corner without stepping on this piece, but fair enough. So we go here, and then we go... wait, no, I've already messed that up. Reset. Need to go along 3, and then up. We need to draw that L-shaped Tetris piece here, and then come back. Then go up and draw the... I want to go here, and there's some wood in the way. That's... Oh, but I'm not constrained to drawing one line, am I? I can step on other pieces. Yeah, I can just go round this, can't I? This still works. I think. Didn't open. What's wrong with this path? Let me go back. Oh, is it not? It might not be a valid solution to the puzzle because it's not a single line. Maybe that's it. So in effect, what we're being asked to solve, if I reset this, is we imagine there's a break here. No, not a break there. Sorry. No, yeah, a break there. That's the only place that has a break. Break here. And we need to draw a path that solves this as per the usual mechanics. So in that case, we actually have to go like this. I think. No, because this is not allowed to be rotated because it's not a wonky one. Wait, is this even solvable if it's not rotatey blocks? Yeah, if these aren't rotatey ones, then this can never touch this because they're 3 blocks apart and that's only 2 blocks tall. Either this or this are the only options for that one. And this has to be here, but this doesn't seem solvable unless I pretend that they are rotatey ones and try and solve it that way. Seems odd. Let's solve it as if they were rotatey ones and see if that makes a difference. So we're going to start here and go here, do across, back, down, here, then here. No. Okay, that's not the solution. Not too surprised by that. Yeah, there seems to be no way to step on this piece, apart from, well, there's a way to step on this piece, but not to then get to that piece without going on other pieces. I think as soon as you make a non-linear path, you just, like, invalidate the puzzle. And you can step off into the middle of these, but only on certain ones. Some of them are just... the whole side, this side of the board is entirely holes that you can't step on. This side you could step off if you wanted to. Let's think about this some more. No, I don't see a solution that doesn't involve going through this piece. Having approached from this side. And then needing to press the next piece without, like, you can backtrack, but I definitely can't get to I definitely can't get to this piece without pressing another piece down, which is then a problem. Okay, we will come back to this puzzle as well, I guess. Were the puzzles up here, or was this just a viewing platform? I don't remember. I think this was just a viewing platform. Yeah. Okay. Back. There was somewhere else where there was the type of puzzle with the Tetris pieces in, so I'll find that. This was based on, this is the hedge maze area. This was quite creative, solving based on the shapes of hedge mazes. I didn't actually complete this area. I solved the first maze. Then there was this, yeah, so the first one, this one, the shape of this puzzle is the same as the shape of this maze. So you figure out the path through the maze. There's only one path possible through the maze, which is you start here and you go like this, like this, like this, and then you have to replicate that on here. This maze, there are multiple possible paths, and I tried a couple of them on here, and they didn't work. Like, I tried the way I just went, and that didn't work. But I also tried some of the other ways, and there don't seem to be anything constraining me to... There's nothing on the puzzle constraining me to go a different way. Looking at the ground to see if there's anything on the ground telling me to go a certain way. And I'm not seeing anything. Hello, Leia! Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. Leia says, hi Gertrude and friends, happy Sunday all. Hope everyone is doing well and enjoying the weekend. Doing some dinner prep, but I'm going to look. No problem there, we'll be live for another 45 minutes or so. Right now, we are playing The Witness, as you can see. And we have solved some puzzles today, but right now I'm a little stuck. I'm going around revisiting previous areas and seeing if I now have the knowledge needed to solve certain puzzles. The answer appears to be no. I think I have to solve that one before any of the successive ones unlock. So yeah, this is somewhat difficult. I know that this matches the maze. Actually, does it match the maze? There, and then a square, and then a square. Yeah, no, it does match. Yeah, this matches this maze. But there are multiple paths through it, and I've taken multiple paths through it on foot, and I've also tried multiple paths through it on here, and there must be something else narrowing down which path you can take. And I haven't spotted it yet. There's this, I don't think this white line is it, I think this is just the cable that unlocks this puzzle. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. So there are two puzzles in the castle that I'm stuck on. There's a puzzle in the town relating to stars that I don't understand. The puzzle related to burning squash that I don't understand in the temple. We did access the windmill. Yes. And we did this to unlock the video.
Well, that's
we've
no
already
better
seen
a
one.
solution than any of the others, is it?
We can skip straight to the end of the video if we want to. And we did that by putting a particular shape into here, and I think as you progress through the game you unlock other shapes that you can unlock other videos with, is how I guess this works. There was another door. Well, two other doors. Yeah, and I still haven't seen this symbol, this three-pointed thing. So I still don't know what's up with that. I have now seen this symbol. So maybe I can solve this. Although equally maybe I can't. This works for this side because the two triominoes are happy. The black squares in the middle I don't think matter because You don't have to keep all coloured squares the same colour together. I don't think. You just have to segregate different colours. But not sure how to satisfy all of the surrounding ones. Like, you can't do this because you can't get to the middle. You can still get to the middle, but then you can't cut out all of these squares. So it's not that. This works because it effectively swaps places of the two triominoes. But then if I want that side as well, it breaks down here, I think. Oh no, that works. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking I had to go down the middle, but I don't. Let's try that. See if I haven't missed an assumption somewhere. That works. I guess it doesn't matter if I... Is this like an either or, where I either have to solve this puzzle or this puzzle, and either way the door will open? Because I'm in now. I don't know how important it is to solve both sides of the door, because I haven't encountered the symbol on the other door yet. Oh, and that brings me here. I've been here before. I found my way in here from here. And I found this, which I didn't know at the time, but do now. So this is a... shapes of the same shape together puzzle. So the black square can't be in the same region as the white squares. And the regions that contain the two dots have to have two dots in, or alternatively I can put two of these two dot regions into 1, 4, or all of them into 8, but this doesn't work because the white and black dotted together. Leia says that Tibago is the loveliest. Okay. That's very nice of you, Leia. That works for sticking the two thingies together. Is that the answer? But then what do I do with the other ones? Oh, that works as well. There we go. Okay, we have opened the shipping container. And in it we find another puzzle. No surprises there. And I haven't seen this symbol yet either. I mean, I could try and guess what it means. Does it just mean have a 2x2 square with these triangles in? Don't think so. What else could it mean? What else? What other shapes can you even make on this? Quite constrained. You have to go here. Okay. Oh. Wait, no, that was a fail. So the previous one was a success. This was a success. What did that do then? Did that unlock something? Not sure what that did. Well, we solved another puzzle. We got the door open at least. Maybe it will make more sense in the future. We now have a shortcut here via the windmill. Have this. Is this a giant puzzle? Do we like start here and slide the thing over. This looks very much like a giant puzzle. I guess it doesn't work because there's a gap there. Yeah, like it's almost a full orange bar, except it isn't because of the gap. Is there somewhere I can stand where it becomes a full orange bar? It just makes me think it's a meta puzzle. I'm not really seeing it though. And there must be some reason for this as well. I suppose, oh, this is just here so you can summon the boat. Can't get down. I can still summon the boat, but how do I get down? Oh, here. Okay, so that's another boat summoning place. Tibago says, someone has clearly only seen me in Gertrude streams. I'm much less well behaved in other places. You know, I don't know, Tibago is a valued member of the community. I would argue he's probably not the loveliest. I'm not sure who that title would go to. That's not true there. You are also lovely, I promise. Yeah, see, that's also a valid solution. Does it do anything different? Change anything out here? No. Okay. I didn't even mean to be in this area. I just sort of ended up here. And I might head back. Leia says, I'm lovely until I'm not. Well, at the moment you are, so that's all good then, isn't it? It's a bit difficult to control the run button in this game. Where else might have puzzles that we can solve now? Did the forest? Yeah, we did all these. Leia says, most of the time on Twitch I am. IRL, I'm spicy. Well, spicy can be okay, you know, as long as everybody is okay with it and you're not being mean to people. Don't be mean to people. Oh, this. Wait, hang on. This is a environmental puzzle, isn't it? Look, it lines up with the... It lines up with these rocks. Yeah, when I came across this before, I wasn't primed to look at environmental puzzles, but I am now. This lines up with the rocks, so I guess it's this. Okay, yeah, this gives us a new thing we can do then. Yeah, I didn't see that when I was here before. This... Well, I've been... I don't know if you were in the stream before, Joe. I've already been to this area. And I didn't look at the rocks because I hadn't sort of grasped that there were environmental puzzles yet. But now I have been subjected to many other environmental puzzles, like the shadow puzzles. So now I know that this is a thing. Yeah, learning has occurred, says Ren. Is this meant to be those? They seem too far away. If it's just meant to be this, then That seems pretty underwhelming. And in fact, it's not that. Well, because I know you can move around, but when you actually click to do the puzzle, it snaps you to a particular place, which is here. So it's not just that, and it's not that. What is it then? Like, either this is flat, or this is a one block high rock, surely. Okay, well see, I learnt, but I didn't learn very much. Like, I only learnt enough to complete 2 puzzles, being these blocks here, and now I'm stuck again. Because this doesn't seem to relate to what I just learned. Unless, if I take a step away, it's, yeah, the top rock is actually smaller than the base. But that was the case, look, this one, the top rock is smaller than the base, and that didn't affect the solution. Like, if you just asked me to look at this rock in isolation and then solve it, I would do something like this. Because that's the shape of the rock. But that's not it either. And if you asked me to look at it on this grid, I would do this. This is like one of those Google capture things. So select all squares that contain rocks. And you're trying to prove you're not a robot. Yeah, these can never swap over, can they? Because you can't bring the two together. This has got to stay in the bottom section. The other alternative is you're actually doing these ones, and you're just not allowed to look at them while you do it. So that's 2, 1, 3, 2 then. Oh, it's that. Okay, yeah. So you're actually looking at those, you're just not allowed to look at them while you do it. Okay. That unlocks this, which is going to be these. Okay, this seems to be back to we're allowed to look at the puzzle again. Oh, no, I've missed this one in the bottom corner. Yeah. Yeah, it's strange that they intersperse one where you can't look at it. But I get it now. Is Emma a robot, says Tibago. Well, no, because I'd be better at captures if I was. Leia says, I struggle hardcore with those things, or when they have the mashed up numbers and letters. Apparently I can't identify letter or numbers because they always have to send it to me like 4 times. Well, we all know that Leia is not a robot. Leia is a tortilla. So, I mean, she is best tortilla. But a tortilla nonetheless. So, yeah. No robots here. That rock looks like a sad person. It did actually, Joe. You're quite right. Right. Is this another line it up with? Yeah, because if we just do it, we're lined up with that tree. But hang on. We can see 5 pillars now. Although 2 of the pillars do overlap. Yeah, the question now becomes which pillars are part of the puzzle and which ones are not. Interesting. We can actually come all the way around here. Another tortilla. How do we know which pillars are part of the puzzle and which aren't? Okay, I'm going to start by doing the 2 brown pillars, the 2 dark brown pillars. So that would be this and this. Not that. Okay. Unless the left pillar is smaller than the right pillar. No. Okay. Could it be the light brown pillars? So 1, 1 and 2. Okay. Yeah, this is the type of puzzle I like less. How do we know to avoid the brown ones and pick the other ones? Like, we don't know. So it's just trial and error until you get what they're looking for. There's no wire coming out of this, so what did that actually unlock, or did I just do all that for fun? It's not trial and error, says Joe. Okay, well, I don't know how I knew which rocks to look at, but fair enough. I have a feeling I did all that for fun, because it doesn't seem to have unlocked anything new, unless it opened a door up here. No, I already opened everything up here. It's so much dumber than trial and error. If you say so, then. Yeah, the bigger question is, what did I gain from that? The green trail seems to end here. There's no new powered wire coming out the other side of this. Unlocking anything. So there's some pillows. An enormous sense of self-satisfaction. Well, yeah, but I don't want one of them. I want to unlock new areas of the puzzle game. Oh well. I guess we can tick off another area then. That one was a brain unlock. Emma's brain is not unlocking anything. Were there any puzzles over here we didn't do yet? There was one. There was a door in the sand dunes by the coast down here. I think. Don't remember exactly where it was. Don't remember how to get down. Oh, that's where the door is. There's the way down. I think that had some unknown at the time elements. Yes, it had the positive and negative so presumably you can't just put... Well, so the four like this means do this shape. And then these, my understanding of these based on the tutorial puzzles I solved is they count negative. So if I was to, for example, have these in the same area, then this would count against. So the area would actually need to be 2 instead of 3. But I don't see how you possibly get up here. But if I put this on its own, that would imply it had to be an area of size -1. Which doesn't seem possible. I don't see how you have an area of size -1. But this needs to be either here or here or here. Actually, the only options I think is one of those. How on earth would you reach this in order to deduct it from something else? Like this one has to be this orientation because it's not wonky. So it can only be here or here or here. And to make matters worse, every single intersection has a dot on it. So we have to trace a path that passes through every intersection. Which actually Hmm. I don't think. Yeah, this is no good because that's 4 minus 1 is 3, and it's obviously. No, how do you even trace a path that passes through every dot? You'd have to like go like this, wouldn't you? Because or this. What else? Oh no, you could do something like this. Yeah, but you're quite limited in what shapes you can make that actually pass through every dot. Because let's say I do something like this to try and do this. Well, that's not going to work because I haven't gone for every dot. So I'm struggling to see how I even fulfill the first requirement. Is how to get this shape to be this shape, because it's not like this. And it's not like this. Okay, I'm getting every dot now, but that piece is not the right shape. Yeah, I don't get. There must be something more to the hollow squares than I currently know, because my understanding of hollow squares so far is they deduct from the size of region that the yellow squares allow you to have. And that doesn't really seem to work here. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to leave this one until I've figured that out, which is a shame, having come all the way here, but fair enough. Did this ruined temple thing have puzzles I couldn't solve? Ah, yes, it did. It had this. Still don't think I know this mechanic unless it's one of these find a secret vault with the shape in, like the video room is. If it's just there's something you can do with hexagons, then I don't know it yet. That was the only puzzle there, I think. Or well, that series of puzzles. This elevator shaft. Wasn't a puzzle to get down it though. This area with the railway. Did come here before. Looks like it should have a puzzle on it at some point. Can't remember where we tried going. We can climb over that. Not that that really seems to help. Some sort of quarry. This is how they built all of those ruined castles and temples and so on, was with stone from here, I guess. That makes sense. So yeah, I did look around this area before, but I don't remember if I stopped because there were puzzles I didn't recognise, or if I just couldn't figure out how to progress. No, yeah, there was this, and I still don't know what that white thing does, although seems small enough that maybe I can just solve it. Okay. Well, that satisfies the two squares, but whatever we did, this didn't like it. But yeah, we can't go off the edges, so the only other thing we can do is that, which doesn't satisfy anything, or that, which doesn't satisfy those two. Yeah, those are the only shapes we can make. So I think this is going to open further and expose more of the board before we can solve it. So we leave that for now. How do we get down? Yeah, then there was this. So I opened this door and then I didn't know this one. Right, yes, and I know this one now. This probably just to do this. Yeah, okay, so we couldn't get into this area until we knew about the Tetris pieces, but now we do. So this is the quarry. We haven't been in before. Full of blocks of marble, it looks like. Here's a door that looks like it should have a puzzle on it, but doesn't. Here's the train track. Seems to be a slight problem. We're not going to get any trains through here right now. And yeah, this elevator that I couldn't figure out, but we got in anyway. So, okay, yeah, I know how to do these two puzzle types. This is... don't segregate the... oh, sorry, do segregate the things. And this is touch all the dots. No, we have to go here first. Okay, well, this is the way out through this door. Not sure why we need that now that this is here. Okay, and this introduces... this might be the introduction to this three-pointed shape, which will be nice. Wait, this isn't possible. We're supposed to collect all the dots. Well, two options. Wait, what? Okay, so both these options are wrong because they flash red, but then they're good anyway. So yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's I'm trying to figure out the mechanic. Is this three-pointed thing, like, does that cancel out a dot being wrong? The next step is to figure out what this noise is. Still don't know. Oh well. It's very close to the console, just very, very slow. Okay, apologise for the noise, everybody who's listening. Oh, it's this. Okay. Makes sense. I want it to be up. Sorry, I won't do that again. Sorry, but for some reason, that sound is much louder than all the other sounds in the game. And I can't seem to do much about it. I might, wait, there's no volume level. Oh, I can just have to do it in Windows. I'm just going to turn it down preemptively in case there's other loud noises in this area. Seems to be balanced very differently to the rest of the game. Right, so this introduces this shape properly. Wants us to collect that dot. So, does this have to have a dot in its area? Looks like it. So the dot will flash red, but then it will work anyway. So I need to leave a dot behind for the... Right, okay. And I guess if I leave more than one dot behind... That's no good. Right, yeah, so that matches up with a dot, but only one dot. I guess it doesn't matter which dot. No, okay. Okay, we have figured out another game mechanic, possibly. So far, every time I say I've figured out a game mechanic, I turn out to be wrong. There's more to it than I thought, so we almost certainly will find that again. Oh, this one doesn't have any... This one doesn't have a white thing, we just have to solve it normally. This one does. So we need to leave a dot behind. But only one dot. Which is actually quite tricky. Oops. Yeah, we have to go this way at the start. And can't go there either. So this is forced. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. So that's necessary. Wait, how do we leave a dot? Oh, like that. Yeah. Okay. How do I fail? Says Ren. Yeah, well, and I'm no doubt going to discover that this isn't the correct game mechanic. Nice to feel like we're making progress, at least. Down the sound even further. Wait. Oh. It put this down without asking me. I didn't say I wanted that. Excuse me. If you wouldn't mind giving me a chance to get on this thing. This game does love its slow-moving platforms, I'll say that. Right. Oop. Okay, this looks like remote controls for those two parts. Let's just test that assertion. Oh right, okay, so operating one of those automatically lowers the other one. Interesting. I can't help but notice there's also something that looks suspiciously like a... yeah, this sparkles green when I click it. I want to drag it here. This looks like a thing you drag to solve a puzzle. And in fact you could drag it the other way if that was up. But you can't have both up at once. In fact, that's the whole mechanic we just discovered. So... we need to go here so that's a complete piece. Yeah, okay. What does that do? It did something. Okay. Yeah, that's sort of shimmering now. So maybe if I now do the other one as well, something will happen. Going to require raising this up. And then, is there an angle I can stand at where... maybe I have to catch it as it comes past, actually. That's a thing that happens. I just wish it wasn't so slow. But let's let it go past there a bit. And then let's raise it up again. And then start our line. Wait for this to come past so we can get our line on there. Well, that did something. I have no idea what it did, but it did something. Hopefully something we wanted it to do. Now then. Small problem. What we've learned about the little white pointed thingy is it has to match with a black dot on one of the tracks. And then removes it. There are no black dots on the tracks. So, what does it do here? Let's try solving the puzzle as we normally would, but maybe... I don't know. Oh, okay, it can match with anything. Oh, it has to match. It has to match with something wrong, and has to be exactly one of them. Okay. So the white pointy thing matches with one wrong element in the puzzle, and removes that one wrong element. it has to match with it, and once it's removed, the rest of the puzzle has to be correct. That's what I think is going on here. All that did was let me back down. that gave me nothing except the sense of satisfaction that Joe alluded to. But there are more puzzles up here, so I'm going to try these. But if I... Yeah, so if I do this, it won't remove the red one because the red one isn't wrong. So if I do this, now it removes something that's wrong. Okay. I'm starting to understand. So I need to leave something wrong in the puzzle for the white thing to fix. Otherwise the white thing isn't satisfied unless it's got something to do. Which in this case is fix the puzzle for me. There we go. Gertrude learn. Well, Gertrude learn, yes. Learning is happening. But yeah, see, that doesn't necessarily make the puzzle easy because you still have to solve everything else in the puzzle except the one error. And it may not be obvious where the error is that you have to leave. Like, what is the one piece that needs to be wrong in my puzzle? And where does it need to go? Like, yeah. This is suddenly much harder. We've got many more choices. That only leaves it with one wrong piece, but the puzzle is still wrong after removing that one wrong piece. That doesn't help. Yeah, so we still have to get all the other pieces right, is the tricky part here. I'm going to assume it's removing a green, because it seemed very hard to not have it be removing a green. But then we still need to have it segregate all the other greens. Oh, does this work? No, that gives it 2 greens to remove. That gives it 1 red to remove, but then the reds and greens over here are mixed up. This work. I'd like to give it just 1 red with these greens, but I don't see a way to do that. Almost right. Okay, that works. Hello, Mossy Meadows. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Bushfetch as your flower of the day. We will be ending here very soon. I'll probably make this the last puzzle I solve, but thank you for dropping by. I hope you've had a good weekend. So I need to leave just one of these odd coloured dots in the puzzle. So we leave the blue one. Yeah, okay. Here we just need to leave. We need to cut. So we need to split two of the colours apart, but then leave a dot of the one of them in with the other one. And this isn't the flower thing where dots can go with other dots, is it? No, because these aren't the right shape dots for that. That works. Okay. Oh god, that unlocked this. And I think that may well be best saved for next stream. So we'll end it there. We did make good progress today. Discovered a whole new set of game mechanics in 3 places. We discovered the coloured splodges that we don't quite understand, the hollow squares that we don't quite understand, and the 3 pointed things that we think we understand but probably don't either. But we did some puzzle solving along the way. That is where we will leave things. Tivago's brain is very smooth. Sorry to hear that, Tivago. I think mine is as well at this point. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you Evie Schmeeps and Juffo and Harankan for the follows. Thank you Joe for the raid and Rooney for the raid earlier in the stream. Thank you to Ander for the gift sub and to Matcha for redeeming gift sub from me. And thank you to Tofu for the 100 bits and also for generally being awesome. So I will not be back next Friday unless it is wet or otherwise the weather is unsuitable for botanizing. How things will work going forward is there will just be Saturday and Sunday streams, like regular scheduled streams, but weather depending, I may do a weekday stream as well, but it won't necessarily be Friday and it won't necessarily be every week. So I will just have to post announcements in the Discord when it's going to happen, and which may be fairly last minute, so apologies for that. But I don't really see another way of doing it. If anyone's not in the Discord already and would like to be, there is a link. That's the best place to get go live notifications and plans for my stream, as well as chat with other Emma enthusiasts. Yep, so my regular streams, I will be back next Saturday with Spiritfarer, and I'll be back here the same time, same place next Sunday with more Witness. I've just posted a Discord link. I don't really want it scrolling off the screen so nobody can see it, in case people actually want to use it, Matcha. So there. Yes, once again, thank you everybody for watching. If you would like updates, go to the... it's not going to come up now. Sorry. Matcha, you've been warned multiple times by multiple streamers not to spam emotes at the end, and especially if I'm actually trying to communicate with my viewers. It's like the worst possible time to do it. Let me generate a new invite link. Yeah, I know. That's because the bots were spamming replies to Match's spam. There's the Discord link. If anybody would like to join my Discord, use that. I will look for somebody to raid now. As usual, if you have suggestions for raids, you can let me know. See who's on. Ali is on. He with Jade is on. Ellie. Oh, Luke is also on. Got a few choices today. Is there anybody we haven't been to for a while? I follow far too many people, you know. Makes it hard to see what's going on. Oh, Drone Sneed I haven't raided in a long time. Let's see what Drone Sneed is doing. Oh, he's just started. Looks like he's playing American Truck Simulator, which is a little different, but you know, we mix up our raids from time to time. Yeah, we'll head over to Drone Sneed today. So let me get that raid set up. They're still doing their intro chat thingy, but I think there'll be some Truck Simulator gameplay coming very shortly. So raid Drone Sneed. We go. If you would like to spam a raid message in chat, then if you are subscribed, you can use this one. And if you are not subscribed, then you can use any emotes you'd like, but here are some dancing dinosaurs for your consideration. I would love it if you could do a little bit of emote spamming in chat when we join. It really helps to get the raid across. Matcha, that does not apply to you. And yeah, thank you all once again for watching, and bye for now.